Welcome everyone to the broadcast. It is so good to have all of you here tonight. Hello everybody, welcome. It's Monday night, playing some more Final Fantasy XIV today. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your week. And I hope you all had a great weekend. We haven't seen each other since I played some Fallout 76 with Gogolian on Saturday night / Sunday morning. So, good to see all of you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are continuing to level our Astrologian to 90, as I promised once we reached our subscriber goal for Final Fantasy. We're currently at level 72. So we do have a little bit of a ways to go, but we're making some really good progress. I gotta say, the job is super fun to play. The hours have been flying by, so I expect that we'll get to at least 70, 74, 75 tonight. That's my guess. I'll be going a little bit later than I normally do tonight. Usually I call it right around midnight. I'm thinking about going until about 2:30. 2 or 2:30, we'll see. We'll see what feels like a nice, comfy time. The right time to call it a night. Alright. Let me get started. Let me just grab my password here, and then we'll get this thing fired up. Boom. Yeah, normally I'm playing DPS in Final Fantasy XIV and most MMOs in general. But I thought, you know what, now's a good time to kind of stretch my legs a little bit. Give the healers a shot. We'll see how it goes. I'm thinking about doing Sage next, once we're done with the Astrologian. Just because right now that class is completely inscrutable to me, and I want it to make sense. So I feel like the best way to do that is to just dip my toes into it. Alright, pause. Main scene. Alright. So it's no secret that I play Honkai Star Rail. And I'm playing through the Penacony questline right now, and it is crazy. It is so crazy. It's actually very enjoyable. I'm playing through the last patch. I have no idea how much farther I have to go. I thought I was at the end, and then it was like, nope, you're not even close. Opened up a whole other area that I have to explore now. Which is not a bad thing. Let me just be clear about that. I'm looking forward to the extra content. I was getting ready to be pretty upset because I was very dissatisfied with how I thought it was going to end. And then it said, nope, we're still going. Okay, so I made some macros for some of my abilities, and I feel like I need to make a couple more. So I've got Malefic and Gravity. Those are I actually have to target things with those. I have mouse over macros for Sinistry, Essential Dignity, and a number of other abilities. It should help me maintain more uptime. Which is exactly what you want, right? More uptime. Alright, so let's make one for Benefic 2. Actually. Is that Benefic 2? And one for Aspected Benefic. Something like that. So put play, mouse over. Benefic, aspected benefic, mouse over. I've got Minor Arcana on there already. So I've got Divination, Minor Arcana, and Draw all on my little shortcut up here, my shortcut bar, to remind me when my cooldowns are up. I might also need to put Celestial Opposition and Collective Unconscious. Anything else? Earthly Star? Just the whole damn thing? Every ability goes up there? The way that this little Arcana gauge is built makes it really hard for me to feel like it's centered under anything, because it's very asymmetrical. So I can't necessarily just have this centered under that, like this box centered under that box, because the graphic that is displayed doesn't really line up. Also, hang on. HUD layouts. Kind of feel like I need to move this down here and do something like this instead. Like move these to the second row. Something like this. So now I've got my cooldowns up here and my heals. My cooldown heals. Hello, Domino. Welcome. It's going to take you so long to get used to me using a headset. Okay. Sorry to hear that. I hope it doesn't take too long. Thank you for the compliments. Much appreciated. Alright. I think we're all set. Close to 200 vest compliments? Yeah, you're right. We're at 199. We need one other person to actually just do it. Click the button. Even though it's not really a button. It's a command. You actually have to type. So it takes a little bit more work. It doesn't feel right if you do it. Yeah, you have to wait for somebody else. You can't just spam that command, right? I appreciate you being number 199, but we gotta wait for somebody else to become number 200. Double Sam, Machinist Summoner for my DPS. Sage is the second healer. Okay. Alright, we're doing Good King Moggle Mog. Great King Moggle Mog. I need to get used to all of my mouse over macros. That's why I didn't just jump right into a dungeon. Hey, see, when you don't have that little extra doodad on this bar, it looks a little bit different. Hello, North Cross, welcome. You got out of doing some fun tea time? Good. How's that going for you? Productively? The hell is this? Okay, this is new. Alright, so they changed some of the mechanics, I see. They added new things to this fight. This is one of the trials they changed. Hello, Strawberry. Alright, Domino, enjoy your lurk. I just was not expecting whatever it was they just did. The tower mechanic. Hello, Tower Slayer. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from Tower Slayer's chat. It's good to have you all here tonight. How are you? How was your stream? We're fighting good Moggle Mog. Tower Slayer, thank you for the 18-month resubscription. Thank you for the year and a half resub. Welcome back. They made it less weird. Is that what they did? It's pretty weird to me. No, but you're right. It's like... it's not quite as awkward as it used to be. How was your stream, Tower Slayer? Cassette Beasts continues to be a good time. That's great. Good to hear. Oh god. So like, just run over this way? Twin Palm Meteor. Okay, I don't think they actually stood together for that, but... alright. Is that it? That's the whole fight now? It feels, it definitely feels more complete than the previous iteration of this fight, where all you would do is just tank Moggle Mog in a corner while you killed all the ads, and if you attacked him at all, you would die instantly. How's my astrologian adventure going? Still continues to be an enjoyable, fun time. Thank you for shouting out Tower Slayer in the chat, by the way. Appreciate that very much. Go give that guy a follow. Very close to the number of followers needed for affiliate. Very close. Already killing the viewership numbers, but just the follower numbers. It got better for sure. Yeah, yeah. It's definitely more legible. You don't necessarily need to memorize all of the Moogles and what they do, and which ones you need to prioritize first, which ones need to be tanked versus not tanked. Things like that. That's nice. I like it when they clean up the legibility of fights like that. Yeah, exactly, Strawberry. That's 100% what I'm saying. You can see what you need to do, and you know what if you pick a role, what your role is supposed to do in that fight, versus just trying to guess, make up some rules. Like I guess the warrior needs to be tanked because it hits hard, but you wouldn't really know that. Ah, let me go. Here we go. Wait, do I not have this? Did I move it off my bar entirely? God, I did. I did. I moved this entirely off my bar. This needs to be like this needs to be like that. I need to actually pull those out of my cast... my spell book. You're not level 63 anymore, I am not. I'm not level 63, you're right. Yeah, we passed level 70 on Friday night. Should have read the title. I try to keep the title pretty up to date. Nobody reads the title though, so don't feel bad. You believe that I'll get to 90 before Dawn Trail? I think I'm going to get to mid 70 tonight. So I think getting to 70 or 90 before Dawn Trail is going to be... Yeah, it's going to happen. It's probably going to happen this week, if I had to guess. I'll get to 90 this week. What inspired this Sharp Healer arc? I got Summoner to 90, and then the people that were in the stream at the time met a subscription goal to get my Astrologian to 90 next. That's how that worked out. It was something that the audience voted for. Don't stand in that. Jeez, what are you doing? Don't stand in that. It's like pretty obvious that's a bad thing, right? Or maybe it's not so obvious that's a bad thing. Here, I'll give you a little bit of a heal, alright? So as a man of my word, I am obligated to get Astrologian to 90 now. And honestly, it's been super fun. And now I'm thinking about doing Sage afterward. Considering doing a Sage playthrough. We'll have to see how that goes. You're getting your ass kicked. You need to do something. Thank you. These gorillas are serious business. It's like, what is happening? Why is this tank taking so much damage? And these guys down here, the little dogs are pretty bad too. That would be epic. I agree. I gotta say, this guy seems to hit pretty hard also. I mean, my tank's just really squishy, I don't know. I need to rearrange all of my buttons. These buttons are... I need to have all of this stuff, like that's down here, up here. So I can see what my cooldowns look like.
I shall have to share these findings. Initiate soul extraction.
Time to extract your soul.
Success. The soul rebels. My word, this data.
Good job, team. Look at that. If I remember correctly, this whole part here is kind of a cluster. How are you almost dead? What's going on? his Japanese voiceover does a cuckoo cuckoo kind of laugh. Interesting. Interesting. What? Is that like some kind of like Japanese VA meme or something? Is that like an anime thing? I shouldn't drop my Earthly Star just yet. Don't shoot at me, what are you doing? I guess I should also play my Lady of Crowns at some point. There you go. Boom! It's a big heal. This is why moving those buttons is so important, so I actually see these things. They're like in my face. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The machinist just run off to go get a copper. Is that what just happened? Gotta go get that extra loot? Hello, Loki. Welcome. Working in the background. It's all good. Watching between work duties. That's probably important. Not to let the stream interrupt your work. Kill. Ow, ow, ow. He did it, he almost killed me again. It's the second time that ability has almost killed me.
Rend.
I think this is in? I think this is in. Yeah, it's in because it's a knockback. It's a good thing that machinist was a little bit further away than I was.
Show me your role. Yes, yes, just so.
Oh, this is where I kept standing on that other guy, that red mage, and kept getting him killed. Or nearly killed. Wasn't quite as bad as that.
More!
Ooh, this is a big LB from the machinist. What? This is so good.
Have you the strength? The power to transcend.
My earthly star went off literally a tenth of a second before the AoE did. Good job, team. Kill those red mages? Why? What have you got against the red mages? Is it because of all the times they've killed you with their LBs and you can't see what's going on? And they stand in your ley lines. Yeah, that's an unforgivable sin right there. They stand in your ley lines, they make it more likely that the boss mechanics are going to target one of the two of you, right? Which means that you're going to have to move. So, all things being equal, that's pretty mean. You need to not do that. It's very inconsiderate. When a black mage lays down ley lines, that means do not come near this area. Not even near this, like, sector, this, like, wedge of the platform. Just leave everything alone. Forgot to set up my bars. Alright, so this is a warrior, which means I don't need to do any healing. I really don't want to push this button with just one stack faster back. Seems like such a huge waste. Bloodwinning is disgusting. Yeah, it's pretty great, honestly. Greatly overpowered. Oh! I saw he just activated Bloodwedding like right after I used Essential Dignity on him. That could have gotten really bad. Gravity's a fun spell, you know? Space Rock. Ah! Jeez, alright, fine. I get it, I get it. Don't stand right there. Understood. See that black mage jumped right up into the stack? Unbelievable. I don't know if I would have done the same. I probably would have just said, you're on your own, party. You gotta deal with that AoE yourself. Pre-upgrade, pre-OP Bloodwedding, Raw Intuition. Not as OP, but still makes them immortal in dungeons, which is perfect for me. I also like how draw basically means I have infinite mana. As long as I draw on time, it's so hard for me to run out of mana. Unless I have to res people constantly, which honestly does happen a lot. Now that I think about it. Is he standing in something? Is this guy standing in something? I do appreciate a good Wallafell tank, I gotta say. The idea that such a small little character could be, you know, dressed in what constitutes basically aluminum foil armor and take all that damage. I just find that really funny. Fighting them with what would most people would regard as just toothpicks. A little sword. Must be a good citizen and take out the recycling. Okay, well, better go take care of that. I'm sure everyone appreciates your good citizenship. Alright, enter night. Are the devs Metallica fans? Is that what I'm to understand here? Does he have another ability called Exit Light? Get him. Kill him before he finishes this ability. 0.5%. There you go. Nice job, team. It's interesting to see the different approaches tanks take to this pack. Because it's very scary. It can be to pull everything. You guys mind killing something? That'd be great. There we go. Alright, that's basically how that pool's supposed to go. That was good. Very solid. Oh, okay, so we're just gonna pull this back as well by itself. That's fine by me. These guys actually hit pretty hard. think I'm gonna save the divination for the actual last boss. I was gonna say, don't let him cast that. Don't let him cast that. You can let him cast that. Flood is not a problem. Seductive Scream? Yeah, you gotta interrupt that. How am I healing without targeting the tank? I'm using mouse over macros. I have mouse over macros for Benefic 2, Aspected Benefic, Essential Dignity, Play, and something else. Which means I can just continue to target the ads, the bad guys, while also being able to do all of my single target heals and my utility. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV does have mouse over macros, yeah. Sure, I can show you how to do that after I'm done out of this dungeon. No worries. It's actually very straightforward. Macy, thank you. Ah. And with the Prime sub. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Welcome. Enjoy your emotes. Does this thing actually have any AoE abilities? I feel like it just has Morbid Advance. And Retreat. Which is not necessarily the same thing. Oh, that's it. Somber Melody. Okay. Got it. Okay, let's see. Advance. Right. Might as well just blow all of my cooldowns now. I guess it's still at 23%. That's a lot more than I would have expected. And retreats. Oh, that's right, you have to run in. I forgot about that one. Because if you run out, then it sticks you in the bad stuff. That's totally fine. Do the opposite. Alright. GG's team, that was pretty good. Gotta come into Black Mage, because I'm Black Mage's heart. So we're just gonna do that and get out. Alright. So, we want to talk about mouse over macros. It's very straightforward. So if you go to user macros over here, click that button, you can see all my macros. This is it, it's just 2 lines. But you have to replace the button. I think you can actually make it so the tooltip still works as well. I forgot how to do that. I use M icon, so that'll tell it what icon to use of the ability. So in this case, it's just play, and then action, / action, play. And usually this is where the target goes, so this would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? In normal cases, 1, 2, 3, 4 for your party members, but in this case, it's just MO for mouse over. And that's it. And then once you've done that, then you just grab that, put it on your bar, and you're good to go. Thanks for that, Prime. Appreciate it. Just like in WoW. Yep. Yep. When I was healing in World of Warcraft, I did the exact same thing. I always used mouse over macros for healing, because I would have my big old block of raid frames right in the center of the screen, 25 people, right? And I would just click on, or like hover over the names and, I don't know, flash a light, holy light, things like that. Whichever it needed at the time. Okay, so I need to adjust my bars slightly. Alright, we need Earthly Star. We need Collective Unconscious. We need Celestial Opposition. We need Minor Arcana. So those 6 things. My primary cooldowns, so just put them over there on that little block. Alright, I already did my trials, so let's go ahead and jump to the main scenario quest. The dungeon here. Yeah, I was doing it the other way for the last week or so. And I finally got to the point where I thought to myself, you know, clicking back and forth between targets is getting really tiresome. And then I recalled that, yeah, of course, because I hadn't played Final Fantasy XIV in like a 1.5 or 2 years. I thought, you know what, I think it's time for me to actually just mouse over macro myself. Alright, hello everybody, welcome. Let's have a good MSQ, a good Castrum. So we've got a Gunbreaker this time. Usually pretty good about being self-sufficient, but not as good as Warriors, obviously. Even at this level. This Gunbreaker's rocking the relic weapon. I love hearing all those hits from gravity. That's good. That feels good. Nice job, team. Very smooth. Help. Help me. Thank you. Been healer main since you started. You think you're gonna main Pictomancer and Dawntrail. Nice. What inspired that change? Just time for something new? I'm considering doing it myself. I don't know if I'll main it. I'm a black mage main at heart. But I definitely want to see what it's all about. I'm the wrong person with that. Essential dignity, that's pretty bad. Oh, so it's more about the lore. I see, the fantasy. Why even move? Why even move? When you can not move? Why even move out of the laser beam when you can just not move out of the laser beam? Realm is your second favorite character after Gao. Felt like she never got any scream time. Yeah, there was a lot of characters in that game, so I feel like they had to be picky. You know, they had to pick the characters that they thought were the main characters, right? Terra, Locke, Celis. Does the mouse over work for other alliances in the alliance raids? As far as I can tell, yes. As long as you can mouse over their unit frame, then it should work. Granted, I haven't done an alliance raid since I come back to the game, so my word there might not be the most authoritative. But my understanding is it'll work even if you're like not even in the party with the person. You don't hear a lot of people that were like, Gao was my favorite character in Final Fantasy VI. What was it about that character that really appealed to you? Usually when you ask folks, I feel like it's pretty divided, you know? It's Locke, Terra, Kafka. Depending on who you ask. No idea. It was the Velt theme. Oh, yeah. I remember my first time out in the Velt. I can see that. Poor Dragoon's sitting there throwing his spear at the boss. Safer than using jump there, I gotta say. target me. I wasn't paying attention to the Dragoon. I didn't see that he actually ate the AoE. Alright, have a great night. See you again next time. And you're welcome. Just very slowly going through all of my roulettes every night. Until we get there. And we'll get there. I think it's gonna be soon. I think we got this pretty soon. I think the only downside of this mouse over macro setup is I have to be very careful where my cursor is all the time. There's a lot of times when I don't know if I'm the only one that has this happen, but I will like lose my cursor in all of the noise that's going on screen, and I won't be able to, I just can't find it. Right, so then I have to like wave my cursor around until it shows up in my vision. I feel like that happened a lot during the Omega raids, specifically. And I think that has a lot to do with just the amount of special effects as those fights had. There was always something happening. This is another one of those situations where I just have to save my divination for the actual boss. Might actually be more efficient here because these guys have a lot of HP, but I should have used it a little while ago if I was going to actually commit to it. Nice job. I don't know, man. If you've got these, if you have this shield, this impenetrable shield, and you've got these things that are powering the shield, wouldn't you want to put the things inside of the shield instead of outside of the shield? So you can't just destroy the things and then render the whole invulnerable shield business completely useless. Just render the whole thing utterly useless. I'm not entirely sure I am in agreement with the Garlemald engineers in the construction of this base so far. Did they redo Cape Westwood, by the way? She's talking about Rita Team, so I'm curious. That trial was always a huge joke back when I was doing it. people would pretend that it was super hard. But I feel like if any trial in the game, anything in the game needed a bit of a rework, it's that one. They did rework it. Okay, interesting. This man just touching that trial. That was great. The whole thing could be done in 60 seconds. And now it's all brand new, huh? Well, new to me. Gotta throw the tank a card every now and then. You see, this is the amount of damage I expected Glaive Climb to actually do. I was with a tank the other day that took like half of his HP and damage from it. Just, what the hell?
You're mine.
Have I checked out the new benchmark? Is there a newer one than the one that they already had? If you're talking about the Dawn Trail benchmark, yeah, I have Sketch. I think I linked my score in the Discord. In case you're curious. They released an updated one today? Oh. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. What was broken with it? What they had to fix? Looks a lot better. But there's some bugs with their new models, the graphical updates. Good job, team. Wow, 2 legitimate new people in this raid. Like, actually their first time ever having set foot in this dungeon. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe they're alts, but they had to view the cutscene. They skipped it, so maybe they're not. People had some criticisms about various stuff like lighting and potato teeth. Cape Westwind is a solo instance now. Wow. Wow, that's a pretty big change. No more just blowing poor Ritatine out of the water, huh? Ah, gone are the good old days. Okay. Okay, I'll have to check out the new benchmark. So they updated the lighting and they fixed people's teeth. Alright, got it. Has anybody had any criticisms about the new benchmark yet? Good old at-level Copper Bell Mines with a Marauder, an Archer. Hell yeah, I'm in. Let's go. Once again, I'm at the level where I cannot draw cards because I'm not level 30. It blows my mind that astrologians must be level 30 before they can draw cards. I don't know why they would do that. Are the astrologian buffs that broken that they would just completely imbalance all of the lower level dungeons? If so, good. Good. I think that's fine. Actual Marauder. I haven't played with a Marauder in who knows how long. They don't let you equip your hair because it's an unlockable one. I don't understand. What do you mean? In the benchmark, they don't let you use your hair because you don't have evidence that you've unlocked it? Is that what you're saying? It's very sad. Oh, I see. Wait, can you not import your character from Final Fantasy XIV into the benchmark? Does that technology not yet been invented? Still exceeds their technical capabilities? Use it on the preset you bring in from the base game, but you can't make a new character preset with the hair. Okay, got it. Okay, okay, I see. So you can import your character from Final Fantasy XIV, but you want to make a new character with that hair, so you can see what the new models look like with it. Is that what you're saying? Right, you wanted to try a different face. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, time to Fantasia. Is Fantasia in the game and then re-import? Easy. The lighting is vastly improved. Oh, okay, I'll have to check it out. I honestly don't remember looking at the earlier benchmark and thinking to myself that lighting is super bad. That was not my takeaway from that. That's why I'm curious if people are complaining about anything else in the new benchmark yet. It's like, well, you fixed the lighting, but did you notice how sharp everyone's knees are? Can we make people's knees not quite as sharp? Thanks. You're tempted to permanently Fantasia for Dawntrail for the first time. One of the faces actually looks a lot better now and it fits your character more. Okay. I think you should do whatever makes you happy. Kotos. Oh, so we don't just have to fight wave after wave after wave of ads now? We actually just fight the boss. This is the first time I've done this dungeon since they reworked the bosses. So I'm actually quite excited to see what they did for the second boss. Must be a really good looking face. For you to want a Fantasia over just that. What race are you again? Nice, nice. I like the monk. Committing to that DPS, I love it, man. Did you see that? He was like, I'm not going to move out of all of these AoEs that are going to one-shot me. I'm not going to move out of these at all. I'm in. I'm in until this thing dies. That's great. That's the DPS mentality I like to see, man. You're a moon cat? Okay. Okay, this place looks new. I feel like they changed this room slightly. We've always used phase 4. It's more doe-eyed than you would like. Phase 2 looks a lot more sharp and angular, and you dig it. You're conflicted? Oh, this isn't even the way to go forward. This is just us chilling in that room for some reason. We're just gonna kill everything? Alright. Going for maximum kills in this clear. Oh, we have to go here to get the fire sand. What? Oh, they moved all this stuff. Wait. No, this room just looks different. This is the same as before. Okay. You come in here, you go to the left, you go to the right, and then you blast the blasting powder. There's the slime. The Icarus Ire. Oh boy. Oh, I can't wait to see what they do now. So what would help you make your decision? If Fantasias were free, what would you do? This boss makes very cute noises now. I don't know, somehow they made this boss simultaneously more complicated and less complicated at the same time than the original implementation. No, stop looking at my stuff. You would probably try her in the MSQ for a bit with the new face to see if you liked her in the cutscenes. Oh, okay. Got it. there's not enough cutscene like content in the benchmark to make that determination? I don't recall. I remember the benchmark being very action oriented. Lots of swooping camera angles and things like that, so maybe not. You like how both of them look, so it's difficult? Flip a coin. And forever put your mind at ease. Just pull your lucky quarter out of your pocket. Flip that bad boy and let it do the deciding for you. It landed on its side. Oh man. That's bad luck. Bad luck. Well, I guess you're just gonna be forever conflicted. Huh. Masters must pay, masters must die, never again. Alright, well at least it doesn't just sit there hammering on a wall for the entire fight with actually nothing else happening, so... This ought to be good. There's no way this fight's worse than the original implementation of it. Although, poor Den the Orca-Toothed in the first dungeon is just so useless now. The arena reminds me of Elden Ring. This fight reminds me of, like, you go down into one of those big old mines in Elden Ring, and then there's just this big, bad boss at the bottom. That's what this looks like. Try finding Patches. Yeah, he's got to be here somewhere. He's got to be there somewhere, right? Patches. Can't believe the Elden Ring DLC is, like, right around the corner. It is so close. Just a few more weeks for both the Elden Ring DLC and the Dawn Trail expansion. How are we going to get through everything? How are we going to actually play these games? I still need to play Ghost of Tsushima. That game looks amazing. As in, the graphics look amazing. Will I be giving the Elden Ring DLC a spin? Oh yeah, absolutely. I might have to wait a while though. It might not be something I do immediately. But I spent 120 hours in Elden Ring, and I've got no intention of not playing the DLC. I had debated starting a new character. Actually, you know what? I think I actually did. Now that I think about it, I think I did a New Game Plus. So I might need to play through the whole game again to get to the DLC. That'll be fun. Now that I think about it. Because I had everything, and I'm almost positive I clicked the button to start a new game. So, rip me. It's going to be another 200 hours before I can actually play the DLC. Do I have gravity? Hell yeah, I do. Please tell me they reworked this dungeon, too. Please tell me they reworked this dungeon. This dungeon was so bad. They didn't? If any dungeon needed it, it was this one. They really needed to rework this dungeon. The first boss is such a mess. That whole area with the frogs and stuff, like, man, yikes. That's all I gotta say. They could have really done a pass on this and made it infinitely better. The area after the first boss. Alright, it's going straight down. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Yep, there we go. Nice, nice. The last boss is pretty fun. I do like the last boss. He's cool. I could do without everybody else, though. You don't like getting pulled off of cliffs by sticky frog tongues? Nope. I don't like my companions getting pulled off of cliffs by sticky frog tongues. I don't like any of that. It's so disgusting. Oh, buddy. Okay. There's like that area. It's like further down. You know, you jump off the cliff that has no real meaning. There's a lot of people that fall down there and then they have to work their way back up, but it's packed with monsters, so you have to navigate your way and drag all of them back up to your party. Like standing inside weird blue circles that don't show any indication of progress. I don't like that either. Nope, think they can do away with that mechanic. The whole dungeon is very, very dated. Super dated. forgot to start Ghost. Yeah, I was watching another streamer play it just to see what it looks like. Man, it is gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. Our monk is apparently a My Hero Academia fan. Great. Good. You know what? That's fantastic. I'm happy for you. Frame rate is smooth as butter. That's what I like to hear. There's a lot of games these days that are released that have like these really smooth frames for a while, and then they, I don't know, they just get choppy for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then they go back to being smooth. And I'm probably the only person in the world that notices that, but man, it is so frustrating. Once I see it, I can't unsee it. Okay, so you see my tank now has a defense down debuff. Oh, I'm misuniting myself. No! I'm trying to get rid of that defense down debuff on you, buddy. This whole pack's just hit really hard, too. It just hit super hard for no reason. It's funny because there are games that I would think should not have like super high. You can, oh my god, LOS me. This tank is giving me a heart attack. It wouldn't have like super high mechanical requirements in terms of like your PC, but still can't maintain a solid 60 FPS. And I mean a solid 60 FPS. I'm tired of games that are like, I'm 60 FPS 95% of the time. If I'm running hardware that can run the game at 150 FPS, it should be able to maintain 60 FPS all day. Art of optimization. That's exactly it. There's certain games out there that are just like, they're such a pleasure to play because you can really tell that they're super well optimized. And unfortunately, that's usually not a PlayStation port. God of War was good. God of War, the PlayStation port, when I played it, I didn't play it on release, so it might have been different back then. But it was so good. Oh my god, God of War is an amazing game. Can't wait for the Ragnarok port. Welcome back, Strawberry. Hope the recycling didn't give any issues. You wish more devs took it more seriously? Yeah. I hear, I mean, it seems like I read about it all the time. There's a new game that's released and it immediately gets downvoted into oblivion because it doesn't have good frame rates. Seems like that happens more often than not. Days Gone was actually also pretty good. In terms of optimization, I felt like that game was a pleasure. I can't believe there's never going to be a Days Gone 2. That is such a shame. That guy get hit by an elbow drop or something, like the Tank Buster. This dude took a lot of damage from no reason that I could see. Sleeping Sketch says, I remember when Star Wars Jedi Survivor came out, everyone said it was a really good game, but the PC optimization was so bad that all you ever heard was shitty things about it. I still haven't played that game. It looked okay. I don't know, it just didn't have the same vibe as the first Jedi game. Survivor looked good, like technically good, but I don't know, I wasn't getting the right feeling from it, watching other people play it. I hate this room. I hate this room with a burning passion. It is so bad. Uh-oh. No. No! The warriors! They're coming for me! It's alright. Don't worry, I've got this. Gotta stand in this thing forever. Don't worry. And then these held-down warriors just have that AoE drain ability. Just get me out of here. Just get me out of this place. Imagine if all dungeons followed this model. Yeah, I wouldn't have been doing dungeons very long if that were the case. There's no way. Here's what would make this dungeon infinitely better, just right off the bat. Make it so those explosions that those crystals do affect the bad guys. Make them have friendly fire. Suddenly the dungeon is entirely more enjoyable. And you actually care more about the environmental effects that are just not standing them. Get rid of the Hellsbound Warriors. Nobody likes them. You realize this is the precursor to Aurum Vale, the big open space with the wandering mobs. Yeah. It's a bit Aurum Vale-y. I like Aurum Vale better than this dungeon. I actually don't mind Aurum Vale. I'm probably in the minority with that opinion, but I think Aurum Vale is actually not as bad as it people like to make it seem. You just need to not pull everything in the first room. The first room is where most people have an issue. Just don't pull everything in the first room and you're actually pretty good to go. You're like halfway there. It's a noob wall. Yeah. Yeah, the dungeon's not great. Don't get me wrong. It's not like a shining beacon of dungeon design, but it is better than this one. I don't like Zamail at all. The last boss, like I said, this boss is okay. I don't mind it. It's pretty fun. I like the mechanics. It's a little healing heavy in the last phase, but you know, it's fine. He's pretty epic looking. Look at that guy. What an absolute unit. Is he not targeting the third thing yet? I was gonna say, I was not prepared to need to heal that much. I was waiting for him to target the third corrupted crystal. But he just never did. Uh-oh, he's unleashing the Fury. Here it comes. Here comes the Fury. He's unleashing the furries. No, that's not what I said. It's not at all what I said. But I could see how you could mistake one for the other. You like the fact that the first boss had no visual indicators? You're talking about Arm Veil. The 14 likes its memes. Yeah, I agree. Dragoon hasn't been a floor tank class for 3 expansions now, yet the meme still exists. Were you there for the run that we did of that dungeon where the Dragoon jumped out at the last second of the tower that they were standing in and wiped the party? It's like, that is classic Dragoon mechanic interaction. On display, right there. That's it, man. They just needed to stand in that circle for 3 seconds. Then they pressed jump at 2.9 seconds and killed everybody. It's still kind of floor tank. They still have some jumps that can kill them if they don't use it carefully. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll never forget the Dragoon LB3 that got our Dragoon killed on Chaos. Because he LB'd Chaos after Chaos was... he LB'd Chaos while he was on the platform. Chaos moved off of the platform, thus taking the Dragoon with him, and off into the abyss. It was pretty great. I'll never forget that. That was fantastic. So the second, I thought it was the second boss in Arm Veil that had no visual indicators. You talking about the coin counter? So the coin counter had... like, he didn't have any yellow markers on the ground. You had to actually look at the boss. That's where I learned that when ogres raise their clubs up, it means they're about to do their point-blank AoE. The first boss in Final Fantasy XIV that you meet with no indicators. Okay. Got it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the coin counter was a lot of fun. Alright, still no AoEs, so I guess we're just gonna Malefic our brains out. That's fine. Oh god. Don't die. Don't die. You're fine. I pressed the wrong spell. It's okay though. Thanks, survived. Alright, good night, North Cross. See you next time. Get some sleep. I don't mind the tank almost dying if it's intentional. When it's just because I pressed the wrong button, I start to panic. So no aspect of Benefic, but I do have Benefic 2. Still can't draw cards. Great. You're gonna die. You're not gonna die. What am I saying? You're fine. Okay, this is weird, not having to get the little Magitech cells so you can power up the... whatever, summon the first boss. This boss used to be an actual pain, because his poison was so strong. And a lot of folks didn't know how to use Isuna. So all of the DPS would die. Just from the poison. And he would just use poison, like AoE poison, constantly. And now he's just like, barely doing anything. What's the point of this boss? What is the point of that boss? Is it just to poison the tank? He didn't do anything. Oh, we're pulling everything, huh? Alright, well. See your funeral, buddy. You better have a lot of cooldowns ready. Let me rephrase that. What cooldowns do you have right now? Fight or flight. Okay, that's not gonna help. Actually, that's not bad. You're doing alright. You're doing alright. Hello, Ryuki. I probably just missed the Magitech cells. I have to go back and find them. You're right. You're right. I should go back and find them. Clearly. Thank you, Sketch, for reminding me to go back and find the Magitech cells so I can summon the first boss. I appreciate that. You used to be able to just attack those webs and open them up so that the tank could continue pulling, but apparently they don't want people having fun, so they made it so you have to kill everything before the webs disappear. Typical. Typical. You got me? Alright, cool. Thank you, Sketch. I appreciate that. Another Coral of Ninetails? What? Does this one do more, or is it the same boss that does nothing? Look at these two guys. Perfect unison. Oh, we got ads. So the first boss is just a punching bag. The second boss is just a punching bag with extra steps. Got it. Oh, now we get to the notorious, the infamous web part of the dungeon. Good stuff right here. Sleeping Sketch says it should have been Coral of 10 Tails. Why? Why? Why would they name it that? Because it's one better than the other boss? You're just slightly better than the other Coral. Sorry, I had to heal you, buddy. You're kind of taking a beating there, Tank. It's called power scaling. It keeps the viewers involved and engaged. I see, okay. I got it, okay. I'm not power scaling enough. Leveling my healer to level 90. I've gotta play it up a little bit more, alright. Roger that. I can feel the heart of the cards flowing through me as I press the button to draw another ability, but I can't because I am too low level. I'm not quite level 30. So you just wait. We're already here. Okay, got it. I don't get sucked into the arena this time. Goes to the Abyssinian Chamber. This place looks very unhealthy. So does Graphius still do the whole tail thing, and then you have to break the tail? I hope they didn't get rid of that. That was always my favorite part of this boss, was breaking the tail. There's the tail. Oh, they got it. They got it. Yep. Nice. The tail has been shattered. The eggs actually do something now. What? I mean, they only explode, but still, it's something. And that's not nothing, as they say. That's right. I'll be your brains out. Let's go. Nice job. Nice job, pal. Good work. Problem now is, which of the black mages do I commend? That one. The one that's still in the party. Alright, we're level 74. I thought we were going to be level 74 at the end of the night. Personally. I thought we weren't going to be level 74 until the end of the broadcast. We're already level 74. We're only 2 hours in. What is this? Oh, Dawn Meg. Dawn Meg? I hope they know which one of those guys to stun so it doesn't buff itself and make it so he just kills everybody instantaneously. Dawn Meg. This is interesting that we're getting a lot of people who's, like, it's their legitimate first time going into these dungeons. At a lot of these levels. This is the first time the Dancer's done this, right? We had 2 new people to the MSQ. We had some legitimate, like, new players. Marauder and a Archer. Earlier. We had a new person in the 1,000 Maws of Total Rack. Just unbelievable. Hello, caveman. Both of the people that can interrupt it are in the cutscene for the first time. Well, that sucks. That means I'm gonna have to be very careful. Alright, that guy got blasted. Alright, still getting blasted. Alright, I think we're safe to actually just DPS right now. Celestial intersection. Wait, what? I actually have that ability? What does it do? I've never used this before. Restore your own or target party member's HP. Directs a magic barrier. What's my shield? I have a brand new skill! I've never used this. This needs to go on my bar of skills. Actually. Watering wheel, no! Well, I got it off. Now this guy's gonna get his face blasted in. I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying, man. Oh my god. He's taking so much damage. Oh no. Okay, we made it. Okay, we made it. That was rough. That was so rough. Wow. I was just doing nothing but casting Benefic on that Gunbreaker that whole time. Why am I not healing him? I know, right? What the hell's up with this healer? Alright, hang on. I need to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, alright, that was good. This, Celestial Intersection being on a 30-second cooldown is throwing me out. It's, like, so fast. Kill him. Nice job. Good work. You hate the water spout mechanic? I hope you realize all those GCD heals ruined your parse. I know! I know they ruined my parse. I'm well aware of this, okay? Oh my god, dude. You're taking so much damage. I love it. I love it. Give me more. That's right. You're taking so much damage, I want to see you take 10 times that. Okay? Do it now. Alright, watering wheel. There it is. He's got 2 regens on him, so I feel like that should be enough. We'll see. Can't last another 7 seconds, so my essential dignity comes off cooldown. Just gotta heal through it, man. Watering wheel buffs everybody? Does it just buff a single target, or does it buff everybody? I think it's just one thing, right? I mean, either way, it's a huge nightmare, but still. So it usually targets the big guy. Okay, does this thing also have a untelegraphed tank buster? Swinge, huh? I haven't seen that in a while. I'll have to take one of these. Otherwise that boss is going to get buffed out of his mind. And he got 2 stacks, I think? Or just 1? Looks like just 1. Alright. Nice AoE there from the dancer. Instantly got everybody out. That's what I'd like to see. Where's the next buff phase? Don't worry, I've got this. Got this. I should actually take some of these things, because they're higher level than what I'm currently using. I should actually take the dungeon loot, because it's 3 item levels higher. You hate the water spout mechanic. On paper, I understand, but in practice, you always get by everybody else. It's like... It's really difficult to avoid, I feel like. You're gonna get hit by at least 1 or 2, even if you understand how the mechanic works. This is getting more and more fun the further we go. I mean, the tank's getting really, really beat up, but whatever. What tank doesn't get really beat up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's using his jumps. He's getting ahead of me. Crap. You've got Super Bola. This might be the time to use it, man. Just if you're getting below 1,000 hit points that regularly, and you have a cooldown that you are not using, you might want to consider using it. Not that I don't appreciate the vote of confidence, because I do. But don't hold out on me on my account, alright? Oh, these things have big tank busters, don't they? Yeah, they do. That's why he's taking so much damage from them. It's not really an excuse, but still, it's more of an explanation. I got Lady of Crowns? Alright, nice. What if he doesn't have her with a tank buster? I mean, yeah. We'll deal with that then. Let's deal with the present now. How about that? This guy uses the same model as that, it's not the model, like, but the same rigging as that boss in... I wish I could remember the name. It's that Empire dungeon. The dude that has the ice and fire. Don't toad choir me. He toaded me. That thing's a lot wider than I remember it being. Alright, who's gonna pop, sprint, and run all the way over there? Who's gonna do it? I feel like there's always at least one person in these dungeons that's just like such a badass that they're just gonna run over there, pop, sprint, and that's it. I totally forgot about this part of the fight. I totally forgot he turns into this Alliance raid boss. It's gross things, puke everywhere. Just come on, man. What are you doing? Why do you keep pointing this at me? Stop it. The thing's doing it on purpose, right? There's no way he's not pointing that boss at me unintentionally. Alright, good job, team. Well done, folks. Go ahead and calm the dancer. The Fey Blade. Yeah, that's the boss. The cup runneth over boss. It's the same rig as that one. Don't worry about me. I'm just gonna choke to death on my coffee. It's all right. This will be my last stream. Unfortunately, streamer died trying to drink his coffee. Since I've got Celestial Intersection now, that has to go there. To let me know I can actually use that. When I can actually use that, too. Bardom the Brash. And then I'll get Macro Cosmos at some point. Alright, nice. We're doing it. Just used all my cooldowns, but we did it. We did it, alright? It's all that matters. Alright, that wasn't so bad. That was pretty good. Just needed everything, but we got it. Don't die, Reaper. Yeah, there you go. DPS seems pretty good. Feels like we're doing alright. Is on the Reaper again? Poor guy. I was gonna say, he didn't really need to move out of that. Because the boss is nearly dead, so we could just kill it before it kills him. Should make the healer adjust for uptime. I mean, I'd be willing to heal him, but the problem is if you don't move out, you just die. You're just dead. I don't know where the threshold is. It's not one of those things where it's like a tether where you can see where the, you know, where the lethality of it comes into play, but yeah, it's just, you just die. Son of a... Can't you see I'm trying to actually do something here, buddy? I would love it if you actually just uptimed that, though. That would be fantastic. Give me more DPS. I mean, to some degree he did. But he only did it when he knew he was gonna be safe. And he wasn't going to explode. He has Arcane Crest, it should be fine. Yeah, you're right. Good job, team. We made it through the first trial. The second trial is now upon us. Okay, usually I see people run to the center, but the two people with the markers ran to the outside. They just ran to the outside edge. That nearly got me killed. Once you reach 70, it feels like you really have your whole kit, aside from some upgrades. Yeah, there's another spell, Macrocosmos, that I don't have yet. I think that might be the big one. Because now I've got the shield, I've got like 4 different AoE regens. I have my Minor Arcana. I was getting hit by that. That one right there always gets me. But all in all, it does feel pretty good. Can't wait for them to rework everything about this class for Dawn Trail. Can't wait. We're going over this way, huh? We're going over here. I think he used his blood wedding a little too early there. Because by the time he pulled the whole thing, it was already gone. I think it was right on time, I don't know. All I know is by the time he had all of the monsters, it had 2 seconds left on it, just fell off. Okay, let's see if we can skip the mechanics this time again. Let's go straight through this boss, and we're never going to see phase 2. We're just going to get through the whole thing. Let's do this. Oh god. I was at the intersection of all of them. Oh, we didn't quite make it. That's okay. We're just gonna blast through this phase, right? It's gonna be super easy. Okay, to be fair, that was super easy. Level 75? Already? This is, not bad. Yeah, what else do I even have? Let's see. We get, oh, we get Neutral Sect. Forgot about that. So we get Celestial Intersection at 74. Horoscope. Which is something else. What is this? Do I even have this in my bars? I don't. Wait, yeah I do. It's right there. Horoscope. Reads their fortune and those of nearby party members, granting them horoscope. Oh, this is what I can use to buff my AoE heals, looks like. If I horoscope and then I Helios on top of it. Like, horoscope itself is a cure potency 200. But if I horoscope and then heal with a Helios on top of that, it goes up to 400. Lasts for 30 seconds. Restores the HP of those under either effect when the cards are read a second time, or the effect expires. So when it's like, what? It's like Earthly Star, except it doesn't deal damage, it just heals in an AoE. That's wild. So I put the buff on everybody, and then I can choose to pop the buff at any point for a 200 potency AoE heal or 400 potency AoE heal after using Helios. Okay. Neutral Sect increases healing potency by 20%. Causes Aspected Benefic and Aspected Helios to erect a magicked barrier. Okay, so Neutral Sect is how I apply shields to people. And that's on shift 4. And then I've got Exaltation. Reduces damage taken by self or target by 10% for 8 seconds. Restores HP at the end of the effect's duration. 60-second cooldown. It seems like I get some pretty potent abilities between here and level 80, or level 90. Horoscope, Neutral Sect, and Exaltation all seem really strong. And Macrocosmos, that's the level 91. Macrocosmos is, let's see, deals damage, grants Macrocosmos to self and all nearby party members. For the effect's duration, 50% of damage taken is compiled, restores HP equal to a cure of 200 potency plus compiled damage when the effect expires. Oh, wow. So it heals for at least half of the damage that you take in the duration that Macrocosmos is in effect. It's on a 180-second cooldown. Jeez, man. Alright. I feel like I've got a million different cooldowns I can use in this class. That's a lot. That's a lot of skills to manage. And to choose the right one at the right time. Good old Cutter's Cry. Whoops. What level is gravity? 45. So I feel like I never have it. When I'm doing these lower level dungeons, I feel like I'm always gravityless. I was doing the Star Rail main story quest earlier today. I really want to finish it. I'm super close, I think. I don't know, I feel like the Penacony storyline goes on for a long time. There's a lot of exposition in the Penacony storyline. Just talking and talking and talking and talking. Oh my god. What is happening? Gacha addict. That's not the gacha part of the game, though. It's okay to be addicted to cool storytelling. It's okay to, you know, want to see more of that. The gacha part is not okay to be addicted to. If you're addicted to that, you gotta, like, see some counseling or something. I saw this thing where they, evidently you can now connect your bank account to slot machines. You can just use your debit card to pull money straight out of your savings. So you can spend money more effectively. That scares me. I can't believe they let them do that. That seems exploitative, honestly. I mean, sure, it's fine for people that, like, know what they're doing. They know when to say no. But man, some people out there don't know when to say no, and it's so easy to drain your bank account when you're like, man, I'm just gonna keep going. Max bet, max lines, let's go. I want that progressive. Light it up. Whoever made the Stormblood Alliance raids was a sadist. Isn't that the Final Fantasy Tactics one? I really liked Orbone Monastery. I think Orbone is probably one of the best Alliance raids in the game. Like, hands down. Easily. It's so good. You got Thunder God Sid. You've got, I forget what his name is, but the first boss, the dude with the sniper rifle that just destroyed everybody day one. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh. That's what I look for in an Alliance raid, 100%. I want people to be dying left and right. And then they got the Thunder God Sid, and they died again. And they just keep dying. And Agrius is in that dungeon too. Agrius is also super fun, cool fight. I wonder if the tank's gonna die. I don't know if the tank knows to just jump in the shifting sands. Please don't die, sir, Mr. Tank. I really hope they don't eventually fix that. It's my embolden. Have I healed this dungeon, or did I just do this on Summoner? I think I just did this on Summoner. Oh my god. It's getting so destroyed. No! When are they going to add a system into the game that lets you talk with your bank in-game to ask for loans for your waifus? Excellent question. Excellent question. Sorry, but I need $35,000 instantaneously so I can 6-star my new Honkai Star Rail. I guess not 6-star, but like 6 Eidolon, my new 6-star Honkai Star Rail character that I just got. Plus I need a max level light cone at the same time. Oh, and there's 2 of them, so I need enough money to get them both. Can you make that happen for me? That's my business proposition. The business proposition is that I need to spend money on this, alright? I need to be able to do all the content in this game as quickly and as effortlessly as possible with some great-looking anime ladies. So, I don't know what else to tell you. But that's not enough. I want to be pulling 2 million damage with this, alright? $24% interest. Done. It's worth it. I'm a Twitch streamer, it's a business expense. That's true. If I'm very clever, I'll be able to get my chat to pay for it. Just imagine. Alright, everybody. Got a new dono goal. I need $7,000. So I can get a 6-star, or an E6 Boot Hill, alright? Just, I need Boot Hill to be maxed out. I used Boot Hill for the new events, the Intergalactic Baseballer events, and it was actually really fun. It's actually pretty cool. I like that event a lot. The only problem was that I just blew through it in like half an hour. Again with the dragon's voice. Jeez, man. That was the ram's voice. Okay. It's a good thing I didn't make it in time. Good work. Good work, team. Nice job. Calming the tank because the red mage doesn't have Ver Raise yet. No Ver Raise, no commendation. Okay, I need to spend some time actually dealing with this. So I actually want to wear this, right? This is better than what I currently have. It's eye level 400. Or it might actually be the same. It's the same. It's the same. Okay. Crit, Mind, Piety. Mind, Debt, Spell Speed. Seems pretty good. That seems good. I think I'll hang on to that. I think I might need more coffee. What was the name of that ability in Dawn Meg that needs to be interrupted? Watering Wheel? Makes those packs so much easier. So much easier. I remember when I was tanking, trying to level up my Dark Knight. I didn't know you had to do that. Because I had never paid attention to it before. Being just a black mage up until that point. I completely ignored that mechanic. And then I pulled those packs. Got completely destroyed. And I learned really quick. You have to interrupt that ability, otherwise things get out of hand very quickly. Holminster's Switch. Oh, buddy. Hell yeah. Ooh, I don't have, was this Celestial Intersection for this one? This is another dungeon that hits really hard. Especially these bears. Oh man, these bears are something else. It's totally fine. Used all of my cooldowns again, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Keep pulling all those bears. I don't mind. Alright, I see the ability that I like, Bloodwetting, being used. That's good. Oh, teabagging. Welcome. How's it going tonight? Your house is on the same is in the same plot, huh? That's great. Or near the same plot. Well, Shake It Off is pretty good there. Yep, forgot about that one. Forgot about that one. You're my neighbor? Is that right? You do that thing again? No, no, you're good. Alright. The Brazen Bull. You've secretly been buying all the plots surrounding my house. Oh, I see. Is that how it's been? Okay, if I remember right, this whole area here is bad news. Like, these guys hit super hard. Yep, they still do hit really hard. I see the tank is slow, I'm not fixing it. Solo it? Alright, sounds good. Jesus, oh my god, you might be dead, dude. You might be dead. Alright, never mind. You're fine. Holy hell. So much. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. As long as stuff actually starts dying, we're okay. That's the big thing. Do you know if you can do trust dungeons as a blue mage? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that is not possible. And the reason I say that is I'm pretty sure that you cannot, like, be a blue mage and even talk to those NPCs. She does it twice? Yeah. Should do it again here? Just kill it. Just kill it. There we go. Never done a trust dungeon, but you found it in the menus and it appears that you cannot. Yeah, that's that does not surprise me. I think the blue mages are intended to either solo their content or do the content with other blue mages. That's how they're balanced. Okay, I cannot heal with that thing on my screen, so we need to get rid of that. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I drop it and then instantly explode? Yeah, that's okay. I just didn't really need to make that happen just yet. From Lady of Crowns to Lady of Crowns, we are rocking right now. Heard there's a new limited job coming in the new expansion. Yeah, people are saying it's Beastmaster. Which feels like it's going to be very similar to Blue Mage, right? Instead of collecting beast abilities, you collect beasts instead. So that whole thing seems like it's going to be very similar gameplay style, if I had to guess. Dude, how is this guy not getting any of my heals? The hell? I feel like I'm going out of my way to get close to this machinist, and yet he's forever outside of my healing range. He doesn't stand at the edge of the arena, he loses his damage buff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Exactly right. He's gonna lose his damage buff and then he's gonna just die. Let's shake it off. Wow, I actually made it in time for that? Yeah, he did it again. He's just standing just outside of the range of my heal. Just outside of it. Oops. Alright, well the ninja gets a ranged buff. That's fine. Somehow he also missed my Earthly Star. Like, the range on Earthly Star is huge, right? The AoE is absolutely enormous when somebody goes out of range of that. Yeah, it was the entire arena, yeah. It was the entire arena except for this little sliver right here. Because I had placed it like slightly off center, so there was just like this like itty bitty little slice of the arena that was out of range. And that's where he was standing. What are the odds, man? What are the odds? Feels like every expansion they buff the star circle, but every expansion it's never enough. Yeah, well. That's their fault for making bigger and bigger arenas. That was fun. I wouldn't mind doing Holminster Switch again. Or more Shadowbringers dungeons in general, honestly. Let's just do that. Let's just do Shadowbringers dungeons for the rest of the night. Cutter's Cry? I love Cutter's Cry. Almost caught up. Oh, I should say, I passed my Sage with my Astrologian, finally. I'm gonna get Cutter's Cry and I'm gonna like it, exactly. Cutter's Cry is the best dungeon in the game. That's why I get to do it 5 times a day. I'll pull this last bat. There you go. I got the bat for you. Paladin looks cool. I think the Paladin's glamour. Looks sweet. Guess I should use these cards. Oh, we got 2 casters. Great. Tom Pearl. Mr. Pearl. Or Mrs. Pearl, I guess, in this case. Alright, Tank, you get all of the melee cards. That's just how this is working out, alright? It's pretty good, right? I'm sure you like melee cards. Legends say this is where all the undercutters on the market board get sent. Are dungeons below your level worth doing outside of your first roulette? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not keeping track of my experience points per hour or anything like that. I just do random dungeons because it keeps things fresh. Makes it so that I don't want to just stop. I would get tired of it very quickly if I suddenly perceive this as just grinding, so I'm taking steps to make it so that I don't perceive it as grinding, which is basically what I'm doing, but with more steps. Shadowbringers dungeons were great. Yeah, they really were. I really enjoyed them. They had like a different feel. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but you know, from Holminster Switch to Don Meg to all of the what was it, Mount Gulg. I even enjoyed Mount Gulg, even though a lot of folks did not. I liked the what's the name of the dungeon where you go down the well? And you fight that weird monstrosity at the bottom of the well. You're standing in the... Stop standing in the AoE, dude. Just stop it. Stop standing in that. Shadow, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream tonight? Doing some of these older dungeons with the blue mage was pretty refreshing. Yeah, I can see that. I can see how that could be the case. What did you do today on your stream? More Psychonauts 2, or have you moved on to something else? Alright, here we go. Alright. This is not the right way. played some Final Fantasy XIV. Nice. Nice, good choice. Gotta give all the cards to the Black Mage now. Interrupt that. That's fine. I guess the Paladin doesn't need to worry about being silenced. For the most part. Haste. Does she haste herself or does she haste her minion? She hastes the minion. They actually killed the ad. Wow. What? I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually kill the ad. And now the Black Mage is silenced, so we're just gonna stand there. Run up there and hit it with your stick, buddy! Go melee it. Yeah, the boss casts haste on the ads it summons. I didn't know that. I have no idea that it cast haste on the ads. Are we actually killing these things? Are we doing like a full dungeon clear for the experience points? Is that what's going on here? I kind of want to do Don Meg again. I don't want to leave the that person behind. Okay, we're just killing this. You thought you meant one of the party members? No. I would love it if we had haste. Where's the class that can actually cast haste? For black mages. Everybody else would not want it because skill speed is somehow like the worst stat in the game. Alright. I'm not gonna die on this boss. I'm not gonna die on this boss. Alright? We're gonna be very, very responsible. Did he use Mana Ward? He did use Mana Ward. Honestly, that's commendable. Nice job. Hey, Ready Player Us, thank you for that raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going tonight? Come on in. How was your stream? Hello, folks. Hello, Sassy Cat. Hello, J Mart. Welcome, everybody. We're playing some Final Fantasy XIV today. I'm trying to figure out how machinists are somehow always outside of range of healing. I have an ability, Earthly Star, which covers the entire arena, yet it was still out of range of the machinist. I don't know how that works. It should technically be impossible, right? Sass is going through the story. Nice, nice. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Welcome, everybody. If this is your first time here, I am the Sharply Dressed Man. And we are playing some Final Fantasy XIV today, doing some Astrologian leveling. I'm currently level 75? Are we 75? Yeah, I think we're 75 now. We're making our way through the game. Almost level 90. I say almost. It's still going to be another week or something like that before I'm actually level 90. Gabriel, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Thank you. Astro is the most aesthetically pleasing job in the game. It is. It sounds and looks cool, man. I'm starting to get some really nice abilities that sound and look cool, and are also very useful from a gameplay perspective. Gogolian, thank you for that raid. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. There you go. How was your stream tonight, man? Doing some more Dave the Diver? It's going to be the most aesthetically pleasing until Pictomancer comes. Well, to be fair, we don't know how all of that's going to look, or what they're going to do to the rest of the classes. So, I mean, yeah, you might be right. Who knows? You don't jump down there. Half asleep, but it still looks like a great tie. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate my tie, even when you're not fully awake. It means a lot to me. Stream is great. Still enjoying the Dave the Diver. Nice. Nice. I stopped by very briefly earlier tonight, after dinner, and I saw you fighting a big hermit crab. It had like an excavator for a shell, like a huge excavator too. Like, what was going on? That was awesome, man. I didn't realize that game was so action-packed. I always thought it was just like a chill, I'm gonna go fish, and then I'm gonna serve up the fish as sushi kind of game, but whenever I see you playing it, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. What's happening? There's boss fights, gathering fish, farming, and crafting. Farming? As in, like, you grow things in the ground? Or farming as in, you have to collect a bunch of stuff to get to the next level? It's basically Final Fantasy XIV. Okay, got it. It's less chill when you remember the most common threat includes sharks. Oh. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure it's okay, don't worry about it. Sharks, no big deal. I mean, how serious are sharks really? The mayor in Jaws was re-elected as mayor in Jaws too. So, obviously people don't take sharks very seriously. Why can I not cast this? Dragon's voice. The shark was the mayor? Yeah. It's pretty shocking, right? That's what I'm saying. How dangerous could sharks really be if one of them got elected as mayor? I mean, that was very brave of you to LB, I'll admit. But at the same time, maybe you could have chosen a more safe location to stand before you do that. Why can I not res him? Oh, because I don't have a mouse over macro for ascend. That's why. The whole town is pretty fishy? That's true. That's a good point. Black Mage. Congrats. When in doubt, calm the Black Mage. That's what I always say. TY Healer, good job. Yeah, that's right. It's basically Final Fantasy XIV. It has both kinds of farming. That's wild. Sounds like a fun game. Sounds like a very chill experience. I wonder how much stuff there is to it, you know? Is there like 80 hours of gameplay in Dave the Diver? If you want there to be? Can you amass a fortune? I'm telling you, man, that's the life. I need to go live myself a Stardew Valley fantasy. Quit my job. Go live in Stardew Valley. Start a farm. Make a living by going into a mine, killing slimes until I get enough iron ore to forge my own sprinklers. Brayflox's long stop. Wow. Okay, okay. I haven't done this in 2.5 years. We'll see how it goes. Sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, but it's okay because I'll have my own house and I won't have like, you know, the only thing I'll have to really worry about are all of the fairies that are rebuilding the community center and the guy that charges too much for seeds. You know, it's just like, it's the ideal life. Dude, wow. Wow, buddy, you just got really lucky there. So, do we still have to go like, we have to go talk to people, right? To open up this gate? Have they changed anything about this dungeon? Is this brand new too, or is this something else? I think they reworked this at one point when I was still playing the game. There's like a big section right in the middle that's basically open world. This is a giant room with a bunch of packs inside of it. I think they got rid of that. The Great Yellow Pelican. Ooh. Sounds intimidating. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Definitely do not stand in front of the boss. I'm not going to do that. Alright, good. They streamlined the trash sections. You wish the witch and the wizard in Stardew would settle their differences. I'm sure there's a mod for that. The Everyone Lives Happily Ever After mod. Or nothing bad happens ever. That game gets pretty dark. There's some sections of that game that, upon second playthrough, I was actually pretty surprised were actually included. But I guess that's the benefit of developing and publishing your own game. You can just do whatever the hell you want with it. Not gonna lie, I love Stardew Valley. Yeah, so do I. Gagolian and I actually 100%ed that game together during our co-op nights, like a year and a half ago. It was incredibly fun. I went back and looked at some of the clips from my stream back then. It's like night and day. It's hard to recognize my stream between then and now. It's really hard to recognize it. I've changed a lot since then. Yeah, we got the 100% perfection. Did everything. Crafted everything. Planted everything. We had an amazing farm. I'm still proud of the layout of that farm. It was so good. We divided up the duties between the ranching and the farming. I took care of the farming, and Gego did the ranching. He raised all the animals and made sure that they were well taken care of. You bet Gego's an A+ farmer / farmhand? Yeah, of course. We were a good team. We made a good team in that game. I mean, we make a good team in every game. That's why we play the games together, right? We're just so damn good at video games. This boss is absolutely slapping our tank. He's taking like 300 damage a hit. Unbelievable, man. What is going on? Are you getting crit or something? What is happening? Well, he's just taking 439 damage melee attacks. That's it. For those of you that are joining, I normally play DPS. I play a black mage primarily in this game. And chat reached a sub goal for me to level a healer to level 90, and that healer was Astrologian. So here we are. Oh, I see. They added this like little path here. You can't go down there anymore into the open world area. It's really just like in one place? They really do that? Can you just not go down there? So that's what we're doing right now. I'm just leveling up my Astrologian, experiencing everything that the class has to offer. And honestly, it's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying all of the bits of the toolkit. You get some really cool abilities. You get the giant AoE heal and DPS, Earthly Star. I have like a million things I can use to keep people on their feet. It's really fun. And it all looks and sounds great. Hello, Ornthane. Ran this dungeon so many times for the Paladin set, yeah. Way back in the day, right? I remember grinding some of these dungeons, like Sestasha, to get the Adventurers sets back then. Because they were actually really good. And they looked cool. So there was a lot of incentive for me to go in there and run that dungeon a million times to try to get it to drop. Please don't stand in that. You're standing. You're fine. You killed it before it really did anything, so it's fine. Not a big deal. I've got your back, buddy. No matter what you do, I'm gonna heal you. The Cavalier set. Yeah, there's a mage set that drops in this place too, the Battle Mage set. It looks really cool. Also, I ran that many times to get the pieces for that. Alright, Spock. Have a good one. I'll see you next time, alright? Have a great night. It is getting kind of late, isn't it? It's 11:30. I'll still be going for another few hours, so we'll keep going for a bit. I don't want to AoE heal this, but the way this team is positioned makes it a little bit difficult. Ow. And then Ayatar just like comes in out of nowhere, off the top rope, raids all over the tank. Yeah, we were talking about how great Gego is as a gamer and as a person and as a farmer in Stardew Valley. Do I still not have gravity for this dungeon? Why do they refuse to give me AoE abilities? A. Draw should be level 10, not level 30. B. Gravity should be whenever you get Malefic. Level 1. Give me level 1 gravity or Malefic and give me gravity, I don't know, level 5. Whatever. Just give it to me sooner than level 35 or whatever it is. 45. 45. Unreal. You were AFK? That's alright. there was a ring or something like that that only dropped out of coffers in this dungeon. So I ended up running Brave Flox's Long Stop many times to get that as well. I don't remember exactly what the ring was, but many groups would just skip all of the coffers in this dungeon, right? So unless I specifically went out of my way to ask them to get all the coffers, or just ran down there and got it myself, aggroed everything, and brought it back to the tank. It was a bit of a challenge. Man, poor Ayatar. What is this? What is eggs? The hell? Oh, they just explode? That's it? No more dragging him around the arena. Trying to find safe spots to drop all of the AoE. Oh my god. I didn't see that the guy just took 2 stacks of that giant poison for no reason. The Battle Mage's hat. Yeah, this stuff. This stuff. The Battle Mage's set. This is really good. Was really good at the time. You talking about the infantry stuff? The infantry thigh boots? Disciple of War? That you were looking for? No more Healy semi-permanent poison puddles. Yeah, that was always an adventure to see whether or not the tank was like aware enough to pull the boss out of the giant puddles that were healing him. Because I recall not having quite the DPS at the time to be able to actually out-damage the healing effect. So you would just sit there, like, at a standstill fighting the boss, hoping that the tank would just do it. Just cross your fingers. You're in your WoW phase. What a game! What brought you back to WoW? Biz at level 40. Yep. Yep, it was really good. Let's do one more. Let's do a trial. Just to mix it up. The War Within? Oh, you went back for the lore. Okay, got it. Got it, yeah. Well, I hope that, hope the expansion does not disappoint. Oh, we're doing Battle of the Big Keep again. Ah, okay. Okay, I still don't know exactly what to do for this boss, but I shall do my best. All I know is I go in there and I press some buttons to heal. We have a white mage as the second healer, so what that means is I can basically do nothing but damage. I did a high level rating in World of Warcraft back in Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm, and a smidge in Legion. Well, let me back that up. It was Wrath of the Lich King, Burning Crusade, Cataclysm, and a smidge in Legion. Yes. So we have to stay on top of each other. We have to come together. We have to come together for that. Hold hands. Alright, now I've got chickens. There's so many chickens. I don't know what to do about that. Now I'm minied. He jumped on me. Can I heal myself? Is it like 20 hit points? Nope. I can actually heal. That's great. So, am I just stuck being mini? Because I don't see it tethered to anybody else. I'm actually tethered to the Dragoon, but... like... there's no actual tether. The Dragoon's the only person in the group that has the debuff, right? So I'm just stuck being small because the game bugged out. Alright, nice. Would I eat a green chicken? Are you asking me if I like green eggs and ham? I feel like that's the exact same question. I mean, if you took some food dye and made a chicken green, yeah, I would eat it. Why not? Loki-san says, if I ever went back to WoW, it'd probably be for the classic era servers. Nice. I'm done with that portion of my life. I don't think I need WoW Classic in my life anymore. It was fun while it lasted, and now it's gone. And it can, like, the feel of it can never be recaptured. I feel like, here's my opinion about classic servers. They're basically for speedrunners. It's basically just speedrunning, because it's just everybody knows what to do already, so it's just going and playing the game as fast as possible. It's generally the approach. Just go and do everything as fast as you possibly can. I mean, I guess there's some bit of it. If you never got a chance to do, like, parts of it at that level, you legitimately just never had a chance to play certain aspects of the game, that might be a good way to do it. But my experience has been there's just a lot of people that are just trying to relive this era of gaming. It just doesn't exist anymore. So one of your critiques of WoW, because of all the add-ons, is just min-maxing? Yeah. Help me. Please kill the chain. I'm dying. No? One melee comes over here. Who are you? What's your name? Urza? Urza Dotharl? You're getting my comm at the end. You're also getting all of my melee cards from now on. Is there a point to DPSing the heads? Can they actually be killed? Does it matter? I mean, I guess I'll kill them because I'm the healer, so my DPS, for the most part, is not going to be missed. Okay, so you can kill them. And it does kind of make a difference because now you don't have as much of the room to worry about. Look, an iron chain. I better go attack that. Because the person's gonna die if I don't. Wait a second, why did all of... So, hang on, when it's... Who was that was tethered up? When is that person? The entire raid goes over there and starts trying to free them? Or when it's the tiny little Astrologian Lalafell healer? Nobody does? It's messed up, man. You're so tiny they didn't realize? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. Alright, thank you, team. Look at that. You see what happens when we all work together? It's pretty incredible what we can achieve, right? Alright, I've got to comp Urza. Urza Dotharl. Oh, that's great. Gotta calm as soon as the boss is over. Did I get Enkidu last time? I don't remember. Does it tell you if you already have it? I guess it would have like a check mark if I already had the pet, right? Alright, Gecko. Have a great night. Get some rest. I'll see you next time, man. Thanks again for that big raid. Urza does mechanics. Urza is good, yes. Sorry for talking about WoW. That's fine. If it was a problem, I would have said, please don't talk about WoW in the stream. I played WoW for years. I have a vested interest in that game. I don't think I'll ever say, hey, please don't talk about that. Just because I don't play it anymore doesn't mean it's not close to my heart. Feels like it made you a better MMO player. I think for a lot of people it was their first MMO period. Like it was just their first one. Oh, the thing is way up there, doing who knows what. Alright. Good job, team. Good job, team. Alright, now that I've blown all my cooldowns, let's do the actual hard pack. Alright, 10 seconds until my cooldowns come back. Can we survive until then? Not really. What the hell's happening there? Jeez. I need, I feel like it, yeah, okay, so that's what I was looking for. I need paladins to be much more aggressive about using holy ground. Hallowed ground. Much more. Okay, this boss is the one with the non-telegraphed tank buster that blows up tanks. Somebody told me it was once every 6 melee attacks. That's it. That's it. Okay, so it's not telegraphed, as in there's no, like, cast bar for it, but I can see when he uses it. Which is gonna be like right now. So I gotta make sure that the tank's topped up. Okay, nobody died. I feel like that's a positive outcome there. Seems like they're wrapping up the story if you have a reason to go back. What do you mean wrapping it up? Aren't the next 3 expansions all part of the same story? I'll also be honest, I don't really like the World of Warcraft story. I don't think they tell a good story. They make a good game, and it's fun to play. But World of Warcraft's story was never the reason why I played it. So, I'm more for, like, if they do cool things with their mechanics, then I might go back. That's really what I'm looking for. You're gonna die. You're not gonna die. You're fine. What was I talking about? Like you'd ever die when I'm healing you. Come on. I don't know what it is about World of Warcraft 2, because I have got to assume that they've got really talented, highly paid writers on staff, but everything they do just feels so half-assed. The story itself is told in an ineffective way, but the lore is interesting. I don't see them as two separate things, I guess. I think they are the same thing. I have a hard time separating the lore from the way the lore is told to me. But yeah, I've been looking forward to the next expansion, because it feels like this might be a good time for them to actually do something interesting in terms of mechanics, and it's been a long time since I played the game, so I was thought, maybe if they make the buttons that I press interesting, I might give it a shot. That's really all I look forward to, is making sure that the buttons that I use are cool and effective. I give the wrong person essential. I think I essentialed the wrong person. Whoops. Oh, that tank is just in there, huh? The tank and the Reaper are both love it. Alright, so we should have one tower here. And I guess that's it. We just have the one tower here. Here, you get a card. Nice job. You guys are better, like, kill him before that happens, because there's no way we're gonna go actually stand on top of the Reaper, who's himself standing inside of a bunch of other AoEs. That's just never gonna happen. I'm glad that they killed it. Because I could see a boss wipe coming. See that a mile away. Good buttons I will press, exactly. Exactly. That's what I look forward to in video games. If I derive satisfaction from the buttons the game makes me press, then I think that's a good game. Final Fantasy XIV had the nice side effect that they also had a good story, and they, for a long time, were really good at telling it. I'm interested to see whether or not that, Dawn Trail returns them to that point in time. We'll see. Oh, big AoE directly under the boss, you say? Oh, you're dead. You're not dead. What am I even talking about? What? I don't have Essential up? And you're at 15% HP? Not a problem. I got you. Did you ever say why you didn't like the Endwalker story? I thought it was a very disappointing finish to or conclusion to the 10 years of built-up investment I had in the storyline up until that point. It was like they invented a bunch of characters at the very last minute that had nothing to do with the story at all, but were introduced in like literally the last act. It really felt like they didn't know at all what they wanted to do with the game, so they just kind of threw a bunch of stuff together and hoped it would stick. There's also a bunch of things like, what's his name? Fandaniel. The reveals about Fandaniel really fell flat for me because they didn't really have any impact on the story outcome at all. It could have been him or anybody else, it just didn't matter, so that felt pretty tacked on. Like, they didn't need to do any of that. It felt really sloppy. It just felt like they didn't really know what they wanted to do. And that was what really got me. Just like, I've been with this game for 10 years. I know you can do better than this. I've seen you do better than this, and this is how you want to end it? This is how you want to end your grand storyline? It's very disappointing. And on top of that, I'm going to stop. I have a lot of stuff I could say about it. The Black Mage changes and Endwalker didn't help at all either. I was not a fan of anything they did with the Black Mage and Endwalker. Oh, I didn't even press my divination button. Whoops. Should have pressed divination. I was too busy talking about Endwalker. Alright, Machinist, you get my cone. You're the only one left. So it goes to you. Take good care of it. You're very curious if I want to keep going? I think I've said my part. I forget what Fandaniel did in Endwalker. He had a bunch of, like... he was introduced, and then it was like there was a reveal that he also was like doing things behind the scenes, but it didn't matter. None of what Fandaniel did mattered except for the whole bit about Zodiark. None of it had any impacts on anything. He could have done it, or he could have not done it. It didn't matter. It didn't change how I perceived the story. That's what the big thing about reveals like that is. It's supposed to fundamentally change how you perceive the story up until that point. That's how you can tell a good reveal, or like a good twist. But that was so flat. It was just nothing. And I was just like, what? This is what you wanted to reveal to us? You waited until the end of the story to do this? It was just like, what? You can't do better? Shadowbringers was, in my opinion, pretty good storytelling. Endwalker was just not. And then the whole thing about like the time travel, I was just, that didn't need to be there. They couldn't possibly figure out a way to wrap up the story elements without us going back in time and becoming our own granddad? Really? You couldn't do that? Time travel is really tricky because you can do it well, and it's really easy, but it's really easy to mess up. Like Chrono Trigger, I feel like did it really well because the end boss, like the final guy, was perpetually present throughout the story and had an impact on the like group, a tangible impact on the story and the group of characters at every step of the way. Final Fantasy XIV was like, we're going to go back in time, and then we're going to introduce characters that you've never heard of, and oh, by the way, they're also going to be the bad guys. It's just, what is that? There's no connection, there's no incentive, there's no motivation for me to like these characters one way or another. They did their best to make them relatable, but that just felt like they were rushing things. So yeah, they just had too many loose ends to wrap up in too short of a time. And it was really clear, it was really obvious. So I was just really put off by that. Didn't like the moon. The moon felt like it was shoehorned into it too. I was pretty neutral about that. I feel like it's cool. It's like a Final Fantasy staple. You know, you go to the moon in the flying whale or whatever. So I was pretty neutral about that. The perpetual Final Fantasy IV themes, I didn't really see how those added to it either. The Loporrits are okay, right? The Loporrits are okay. I appreciate what they were trying to do with them. I think that was a pretty cool thing, right? I thought that was an interesting story point where you got to meet the Loporrits and they were like legitimately confused about how to take care of people because they'd never met them before, but that was their whole job. I thought that was interesting. It was a nice little story element. The moon in general was just alright. After the whole Zodiark fight, we could have just never gone back and I wouldn't have missed it. The flying whale, yeah, man. You like Shadowbringers a lot more? A lot of people did. A lot of people did. I thought Shadowbringers was told a... The reason I think it was better was it told a nice, well-executed story, right? All of the struggle emerged from the story itself. The characters felt like they had some legitimate motivation. You kind of learned about Reen, and you grew to empathize with her through the story, right? And then it came to a natural conclusion. The bad guy was introduced early, evolved as a character, and then eventually there's a big epic clash. And I really wish they had something along those lines on that 10-year scale, right? I was really waiting for that whole, like, other shoe to drop, but it never did. The space rabbits, yes. Yeah, the space rabbits. You liked Endwalker, but you see my point? Well, thank you, Sketch, for listening to me and recognizing the point. Fandaniel was no Emmett Selk. No. No. Emmett Selk was written very well. I thought that all of the Ascians were actually pretty good, with the exception of La Habrea. Because La Habrea was basically I feel like it was just storyline fodder at the end of Heaven's Word. The Warrior of Light section at the end of Shadowbringers is also, like, everything was, I thought, emerged very well from the story and narrative itself. They didn't have to tack on anything at the last minute to make it seem like it was fully cohesive, right? They told a nice story, and then you finally learned the motivation from the Ascians. That big reveal, right? That was the big reveal where you go back and it like puts everything that you had learned up until about the Ascians up until that point in a different light. That's the kind of reveal I was looking for, but we didn't get that. The very end of Endwalker was great, leading up to the last trial and Xenos fight. I didn't like the last trial because I didn't like the character. The mechanics of the fight are fine, but I didn't like the bird thing. Again, because it felt like it was just shoehorned in. You meet her, what, like half an hour before she becomes the final boss? It's just like, I was expecting more than that. I was seriously expecting far more than that. So, the mechanics of the last boss are fine. Up until that point, is very predictable. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn struggle, stuff like that. I mean, it's like, yeah, you have to do that in order for to set up the stage for it. Yeah, I was just expecting more. I was expecting way more. The Xenos fight was good. I liked the Xenos fight because it felt like a nice conclusion to his storyline. As awkward as his storyline is, it felt like a fitting end to that character. I felt really satisfied with that because that's basically what they've been setting him up for, was this big end fight, and you finally get it. It's sufficiently epic, and that's it. It's pretty simple, right? The twist where you discover the progenitors and get into the Ascians and you find out you might be one of them. That was very epic. That was really, really well done. I felt like it went on for a little bit too long. I'll be honest, I was done with the Ascians and the Ancients at the end of Shadowbringers. The fact that they brought them back for Endwalker and they made them like one of the main foci of the story, that was another thing I didn't think that they needed to do. I think they did that just because they wanted to, like, if there was such a positive response to the Ancients, they wanted to, like, give more screen time to them. But it was way too much, and I don't think any of that was necessary. And it definitely detracted from the story. The story should have been focused on the narrative that they had told up until that point, and nothing they did in the time travel bits did anything to move that forward. Even the reveals about Hydaelyn I felt pretty mid about. You're a big fan of the Ancients, both in Endwalker and Shadowbringers? Yeah, I think that after the end of Shadowbringers, they should have just said, that's it. That's it. Ancients are done, they had their time on the stage, move on to the next thing, but they insisted on bringing them back. I don't think that did them any favors. I was with them. I was really with them. Right up until the end of the Ascians arc. Once that was resolved, it felt like they overstayed their welcome. Wait, these things still reset if you don't kill them? Is that, this dungeon is still designed that way? You just pull these things until they just reset? What? I had no idea. Can we just go to the first boss? Is there any door or anything like that between here and there? We'll come back to this later. You think that could have been a hook? I don't think they needed to come back to it later. I don't think they needed to do anything with that. It felt really well wrapped up. at the end of Shadowbringers. All of the Ascian stuff and the ancient stuff, that felt like it was pretty well concluded. You know, you learn the truth about the Ascians, you learn the truth about the Zodiark and Hydaelyn, and that's all they needed. That's it. They didn't need to do anything else beyond that. You like the main hub city in Endwalkers? You wanted to go back? You always wanted to go to Sharlayan? I like old Sharlayan. That's cool. That's a nice city. It's very pretty. You're sad Sharlayan isn't where you get the tome gear? Yeah, me too. Yeah, I wish they had made it Sharlayan and not Razathan. I wish the same thing about Shadowbringers. If they had made the tome stuff in what's it called? The other main city, not the other one. You know what I'm talking about, right? I forget what their actual names are. But I find the music in the Tome City and Shadowbringers to be a bit festive, like way too festive for my taste. Wish a bit more chill. Because I ended up spending a lot of time there. I'm glad they improved that boss. I'm glad they improved all of these bosses, I'll be honest. Like, this dungeon feels so much more cohesive and interesting with these improved boss mechanics. No longer do I, as the DPS, stand around twiddling my thumbs in the second boss. I actually have to DPS something. The updated mines, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Bye. Why'd you do that? We only have 3 people now. Yeah, they updated the mines. So now all of the bosses are different. I think the actual mines itself, I'm pretty sure, is the same. There might be 1 or 2 small differences. But all of the bosses have been updated. They're actually quite good. At least they're good for level 20 dungeons. Let's just say that. So I am interested to see what direction they take Dawntrail. Have any spells, do I? No healing spells. Because it's basically the beginning, right? So I expect them to spend a lot of time setting up the narrative that they will then expound on for the next 10 years after that. Introducing characters, introducing conflicts, things like that. That's what I'm interested in. I want to see where they want to take it. Hey, Strawberry. You're glad we're finally done with the Asians? You got tired of them? Yeah. Yeah, they wrapped all that up. So now, going forward, hypothetically, everything should be related to the current world as it is, and the people in it. I really hope that's the case. Because I feel like Final Fantasy XIV is at its best when it involves the characters that are here in the present, that have struggles with things that are here in the now time, not in the past. It's at its best when it's talking about things like that. So, we'll see how it goes. We're going to the New World, right? That's the whole shtick, the Dawn Trail, is that we're heading over to the New World and exploring that bit. Or are we going somewhere else? We're going to, like, a different set of islands? I forget. Maybe we're just going to all of them. Who knows? The New World Islands. They changed this boss too, yes. Yeah, they changed all the bosses. This boss is now, like a boss in an arena with a bunch of AoEs. You actually spend time attacking him. Or I should say, he spends time attacking you and not a wall. I hope that we go back to actual adventuring instead of trying to slay some cosmic monsters. Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. You know, start small. Let's start off grounded. That's a really good way to think about it, right? Because we're at the beginning. We shouldn't start off trying to save the world. We should start off trying to save a country. Or ourselves, right? That's how they started. I think that they actually, from the escalation perspective, they did a pretty good job with that. That was properly paced, right? At the end of ARR, the Scions are interested in saving themselves, right? And then at the end of Heaven's Word, they're trying to save a country, and then they're trying to save another country, and then they're trying to save a world, and then it's like the entire universe. And I think that that evolution over time, that's about what you would expect. So we'll see what happens. If I had to guess, we're going to end up with another ending that's like the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are suddenly in a position where they have to escape, and their, you know, personal safety and well-being is somehow threatened. And then that will be resolved either at the end of the expansion or during the patches that come after that. So you see that last boss? We're level... Did we just get to level 80? We got Horoscope. What level is that? 76? We're level 76 now? Move on from Asians and Ancients. Yeah, I think it's time for us to establish our own history, instead of trying to resolve somebody else's history. Not too excited for Dawn Trail. Feels a lot like just a beach episode. I hope it's not that. That's the That was the vibe I got when I first saw the trailer. When some like folks first told me what the shtick was for Dawn Trail, that we're like becoming pirates or something like that, seafarers, and you have the jaunty looking warrior of light. I thought, okay, so this is just them having, like, we're just gonna go out and hang out on the beach? Is this just the fun expansion? There's zero stakes involved? There has to be something. There has to be something to hook people. Because this is the beginning, this is what they advertise, this is the beginning of the next big adventure, right? So there has to be a hook. I'm relying on them to provide that hook. Right now, I don't see it, because obviously we haven't played the game, don't know what the story is, but I'm relying on them to provide that hook that's like, yes, this is why I want to keep playing, I'm interested, because now there's new elements involved, we get a brand new, cool, big adventure. I'm really interested to see what they, like, usually this is where they hook you, and then they lay the seeds, right, for the big evolution of the story later on. That's what I'm expecting. So we should see some, like, hints at something. We'll have a small bit of, conflict for us to resolve. I'm thinking maybe on, you know, like I said, either the personal scale or at the country scale, maybe, like, liberating the islands or something like that. But there needs to also be a bigger hook. Like, little seeds that they can then develop in the next few expansions. And then eventually we get to the big world-saving or universe-saving or however they want to wrap it up context in a couple years' time. Solution 9 and the Arcadian? I don't know what that is. We got a glimpse at some cyberpunk-looking place? I guess I haven't seen that either. I probably did, but I just don't recall it. Wait, yeah, that's right. I saw a little bit of that. People already see the Asian mask symbol and the Cyberpunk City concept art? Oh, we're done. That's it, wrap it up. We still have more Asians to deal with. Can't escape them. We'll never get rid of them. They're there forever. There's too many Asians. Yeah, how many Asians can we pack into this game? The Arcadian is the raid tier for the expansion. Okay. It's some Coliseum. Rayfloxes again, huh? Solution 9 is the very suspiciously cyberpunk-esque. Okay, so we're getting away from Asians, and we're going more towards the, what were they? Alligans. It's always the Alligans. I mean, I'm okay with that. I like the Alligans. Hello, Ada. I don't know if I'd go that far. They might be watching my stream. I don't necessarily want to burn that bridge just yet, okay? I found this cool story of a dude, go fight for it. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I liked Omega, the fights. I like the Omega fights. But then again, I don't know if I actually liked the whole thing. I really enjoyed 08 through 012. Because those were my first Savage raids ever in this game. They were super fun, I thought. But I might be biased because those were my first experience with them. I really enjoyed 011 and 012. I thought the mechanics were super fun. Yeah, Ada, you better apologize. Yeah, no, the plot was like just enough to kind of string everything together. But that could be said for a lot of the... I feel like that could be said for a lot of the raid plot. It's like, you need just enough plot to convince people to do the raids, to do the next tier. They don't necessarily invest a whole lot into that, I don't think. And there's a reason for that, too. They can't necessarily make the stakes too high with the raid tier plots, because the raid tiers have to be... They have to basically leave the world the same way it was at the beginning of it. Like, they can't change too much. They can't have too much of an impact. There's, like, a few things, but you have to keep in mind that not everyone's going to do those raids. Not everyone's going to see those storylines. So if the main storyline quest ever goes back and references them, they have to recontextualize everything. So they want to make that easier for themselves, which means that they will do two things. They will rarely talk about things that they do in the raid storylines in the MSQ, and when they do, they will try to make it as simple as possible so that people that didn't do those raids can still follow along. Oh, sketch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll never do anything like that. The raids storylines themselves are all by definition optional. They have to be optional, which means that the stakes can never be that high. And a lot of the things, like the character evolution in those raids, involves characters that are introduced in the raid context, in that raid quest. So, like Omega. You know, Omega goes through a storyline, character evolution, growth, and then eventually is wrapped up, is concluded, and then they kind of make some sideways comments about it later, because, you know, it is part of the storyline. Omega makes an entrance, fights with Shinryu a little bit, but that's about it. Like, they basically just say, yeah, that happened, and then that's it. Gaia was in the MSQ. I think that's a bit of that's like proving my point, right? Yeah, they introduced Gaia, but they have to, like, people that never did the raids, they have to introduce her. They have to give her a little bit of context. They can't just say, this is Gaia, you know who she is. They have to say, this is Gaia, here's the things that she did, here's why you should know her. And Gaia's growth or whatever as a character is mostly self-contained within that raid context. You don't necessarily need to know any of her history. You don't need to know anything about the big reveals about Gaia from the raid. In the MSQ context, Gaia is like Green's friend, and that's basically it. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters. That's basically all she is. All the rest of the stuff that happened in Eden could have happened, could have not have happened. Doesn't matter, because the only thing that's important is that Gaia is introduced and she is Reen's friend, and that's it. Until they start making some bigger references, if they ever want to, like, leverage the context that they established in the raid, they'll have to go through a lot of setup to say, oh, hey, remember all this stuff that happened that you may or may not have actually experienced? Here's a little bit of a summary of it. Oh, and we're going to leverage that later. They had to make Crystal Tower part of the MSQ because they started actually relying on the people to know the context of it. Yeah. So if they ever, I would expect if they ever want to really seriously rely on the story that's inside of one of the raids, they'll have to make it mandatory. Can you imagine adding, like, Alexander as a mandatory raid tier so you have to go through that storyline? Just in case they wanted to leverage that later. Gaia's gonna be part of the Scions when they introduce the Hammer class. You're right. That's it, man. You got it. The Hammer class. Geomancer. Imagine making a whole alliance raid I have to do for progression, making a stinky Catboy a main character. That's right. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the whole context of Shadowbringers, right? I forgot about what's his face. But now he's just a normal everyday guy. He's just a Scion. I don't know if they'll ever make Gaia a Scion. I feel like if they... Is Rena Scion? She's not, right? Anybody that's not like a native of the source is generally a second tier character. Yeah, so she's just around unless they relocate Gaia to the source and they make that necessary for some reason. Then she's gonna be a tier 2 character, a tier 3 character forever. No one is a Scion anymore, Sag. We all know what we're talking about when we say that. Good night, Ada. 2:30 a.m. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Get some rest. See you next time. Take care. Why didn't Alexander come and help us in the final days? Is he stupid? I know, right? What if they make a separate bunch of Scions on the first? What would they call them? The Scions of the first, obviously. Scions of the 8th Dawn, of the 1st Dawn, of the whatever, just make it up. Doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. It's just a name. You skip the entire Alexander plot. I even did the Alexander raids. I can't tell you anything about that plotline aside from it has a cat. There's a cat in it. And the cat is somehow important to the plot. No one cares, you can drop the hot lore bomb. We talking about the Alexander plot? Why don't you do that in the Discord? That way if there are people that are like in chat that don't necessarily want to be spoiled on the Alexander raid, even though it's what? How old is that raid now? 8 years old? They don't need to be. One is lower than 7, so that means it's weaker? The number needs to be bigger. Oh, I see. Well, what if they're the same strength? Plotline has lots of deep meaning. Hmm. It's a love story. Isn't that nice? I keep forgetting I don't have my mouse over macro set up for Isuna. So I keep Isuna-ing myself. Chat's cool. Sketch says it's cool. Alright. Alright, well. If you want to just lord up in chat, fine. It'll give me something to read. First place is better. First place is better than 7th place, that's for sure. Yes. Did it again. I did it again. Alright. I've got to put Asuna on a mouse over macro, I think. Keep just casting on myself constantly. It's 3:30 a.m. Alright, Eleanor. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night. See you next time. It's cool seeing all of my buttons on my hotbar light up over time. I've gotten 4 levels tonight. It's pretty good. Oh, I get it. That's interesting, Strawberry. It was the origin story of one of the Azim Steppes tribes. Interesting. Alternate timelines. Oh, those are always fun. In an alternate timeline, we all ride unicorns. And everyone's happy all the time. Imagine that. Why don't we get those alternate timelines? Why isn't one of the machinist's new skills them wearing Alexander like a mech? What? Just walk around with brute justice? Is that what you're thinking about? Just clomping around? Fine. It's a lot like, do you remember StarCraft 2? When you get the Thors for the first time, right? You can, like, launch nuclear missiles out of them and stuff. Or am I thinking about something else? Yeah, no, it is the Thor. The Thor is here, yeah. No, I think it's... They can't launch nukes, but they do have missiles that they can shoot at airborne targets. You've been asking the same question for ages. Why can't we just wear Alexander like a robot, like an outfit? I feel like that would get really weird. How many Alexanders are there? Why does every machinist get one? If you've got 2 machinists in your party and you both summon Alexander, is that a Are you causing some kind of, like, time crisis? What if they touched each other? Would that cause a black hole? It's just form? Hey, Domina. Alexanderception, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Wow, we've got a gladiator in this group. If you have two, they pilot the mech together like the Power Rangers. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Why is this getting more and more complicated as we talk about it? Why is this getting more and more complicated? Dibs on being the Green Ranger? Now we're talking about brute justice. Now we really are brute justice, right? So I think that if they were to add something like that, each machinist would get one of the brute justice robots. And then if you just happen to have 5 of them, 5 machinists in the same raid, then they could combine to make brute justice. And then you'd get each of them controlling one piece of it, right? They would have 5 different attacks, and each of the machinists would be able to control one of those attacks. You only have, yeah, exactly. So you'd only want 1 machinist or 4 machinists, or 5. You'd only want 1 or 5. If you have 4, that's not enough. This is not enough. Like Cho'Gall and Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, that's a good example. Right. One of them gets to control where the bot goes, and the rest of them get to use the abilities to make sure that the thing doesn't die. You know, you got some damage mitigation abilities, you got some laser beams and stuff like that. It's pretty good. I feel like with a little bit more work, we could really flesh this out. Submit as an idea. Alright, hear me out. What if you have 5 machinists in the same group? And of course, Square Enix loving things like brute justice and all of the weapons, right? The weapons are kind of different because they don't join together, but they're similar. They've got the whole coloration thing going for them. You're dead. Sorry. And then they can make a whole raid tier against giant kaiju monsters. I don't know about that. You have to have some way for folks that aren't machinists to enjoy themselves too, right? Why would you play something that's not a machinist? The answer is nobody would in this world. I keep forgetting I've got Essential Dignity at this level. Essential is what, level 10? It's like level 10, so I need to make sure I remember to cast that spell. Essential Dignity is essential, you're right. You get it so early. You get it so early. I'm kind of bummed that you get that before you get Draw. Make Essential level 30. Make Draw level 10. I'm more okay with that. I have to keep calling it... Also, they need to give it a different name. I can't keep calling it Essential. Because... I can't call it by its abbreviation. I want ED by level 10. It's a little bit early, don't you think? We usually don't have to worry about that until level 50. This is the first? We only have one job? Only one, that's true. That's true, there's only one job, and that's Machinist. Strapping themselves into battle armor. Like it's the Edge of Tomorrow, and they're Tom Cruise. That joke is too boomer for you? What joke? You think ED's funny? That's a pretty zoomer thing to say. I use it on cooldown. It's not funny at all. That could be the limited class piloting the mecha. The limited class is the pilot. Yeah, that's right. You pilot the mecha, and then you combine your mechas into bigger mechas, and then you fight monsters in arenas, right? You have like your own little queue. You can queue up for your role. I want to be Green Ranger versus Red Ranger or something like that, you know? And then you're off. I like it. I like it. That's great. The kaiju could be some big monstrosities that are left over from the events of Endwalker, right? That are at the bottom of the ocean for some reason. And they come lumbering out to destroy life as we know it on the source. The only people that can stop them are the brave machinists that have developed this technology. The kaijus are the remaining Asians. It could be anything, right? It could be the Asians. It could be the big monsters that people turn into. It could be just like giant void scent. You could even do it on the first and make it a bunch of sin eaters. Like gigantic sin eaters. It could be a bunch of Talos gone wild, you know? Imagine if that Giga Talos on Mount Gulg went wild, started killing people. How do you deal with that, huh? Machinist mecha. It's the only way. Moogles? You going to Yoshi's office right now? You should. This is a pretty good, well thought out idea. They've been looking for something that's like uniquely Final Fantasy XIV. I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm almost positive nobody's ever done anything like this before. Are we all here? Black mages in here. Would King Moggle be able to take on a mecha? He wouldn't be taking it on by himself. It would be him and his million Moogles. The question is, can a mecha take on a million Moogles? That's really it. Don't die. Got you. I think Moggle is never really alone. They could make like a giant, imagine if you will, an enormous Moogle. 10 stories high, right? Comprised of smaller Moogles. That's how they would fight you. You'd be like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Except far more frightening. Like the end of the Matrix trilogy. Exactly. Now we're talking. Yeah, we're on the same page. This is the can a million lions take on the sun kind of question? Well, that's silly. A million lions would never be able to take on the sun. That's yeah. It's, can you wrestle 600 babies? That kind of question. Would he attach all of his Moogle party to him like a weird fluffy mecha? That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Alright folks, it's about 1 a.m. I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here for the evening. Thank you all for joining me for Final Fantasy XIV. I had a great time hanging out with all of you. You 100% could wrestle 10,000 babies. It would be a massacre. Okay. Can 600 babies wrestle the sun? I don't think so. I think that the sun wins that one. Had a great time, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I will be live again on Tuesday night with some more Final Fantasy XIV, so see you all there. This was great. We got to level 76. Astro. I'm looking forward to getting the rest of the way there. We got 4 levels tonight, which is far more than I was expecting. That's like twice what I expected. Anyway, it was good. It was good. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Strawberry, for getting the links in there. If you enjoyed what you saw tonight, don't forget to follow the broadcast here on Twitch. I would love to see you all here again next time. That is Tuesday night, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, in case you missed it. Right here. More Final Fantasy XIV. Look forward to seeing you all then. There's my Twitter.com. Twitter.com/SharpDressTV. Discord. There's the place you can interact with the community. YouTube for the rest of my content. And that's it. Have a great night, everybody. I'll see you all in less than 24 hours. In the meantime, folks, have a great rest of your night. Have a fantastic Tuesday. I'll see you all then. Good night. Cheers.